ಹಸಿರು ಹೊತ್ತು ಮಲಗಿರುವ ಊರುಗಳವು, ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಪರಿಸರ, ಸೊಂಪಾದ ಕಾಡು, ತಂಗಾಳಿಯ ಹಿತಾನುಭವ, ಜುಳುಜುಳು ನಿನಾದದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಹರಿಯುವ ನದಿ ತೊರೆಗಳು, ದೈನಂದಿನ ಬದುಕಿಗೆ ನೆಮ್ಮದಿ ನೀಡುವ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆಗಳು ಆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳ ಸಿರಿವಂತಿಕೆಗೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು ಒಂದೇ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ. ಸೂರ್ಯ ಮುಳುಗುತ್ತಿದ್ದಂತೆ ಬೆಳಕಿಗಾಗಿ ಪರದಾಟ. ಬೆಳಕು ಕಾಣುವ ಕನಸು ಕನಸಾಗಿಯೇ ಉಳಿಯುತ್ತೇನೋ ಎಂಬ ನೋವಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ಆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳ ಜನರು ಇದೀಗ ಬೆಳಕಿನ ಹೊಸ ಭಾಷ್ಯ ಬರೆದದ್ದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್. ತನ್ನ CSR ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಡಿ ಕೇವಲ ಬೆಳಕಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಜ್ಞಾನ ಜ್ಯೋತಿಯನ್ನು ಬೆಳಗಿಸಿದ ಹಿರಿಮೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನದ್ದು. ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳೂರು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಶೃಂಗೇರಿ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಅಡ್ಡಗದ್ದೆ ಎಂಬ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನ CSR ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಮೂಲಕ ಇದೀಗ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಬೆಳಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬದುಕಿನ ಹೊಸ ಮನ್ವಂತರವನ್ನ ಕಂಡುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಡ್ಡಗದ್ದೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಸಹಕಾರದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ 34,58,400 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ವೆಚ್ಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿನ 541 ಬಡ ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಬೆಳಗಿಸಿದೆ. ಈ ವರ್ಷವೂ ಅಡ್ಡಗದ್ದೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಸಮಿತಿ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಕೈಜೋಡಿಸಿದ್ದು ಮನೆ, ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ, ಶಾಲೆಗಳು ಸೇರಿ ಇನ್ನೂ 352 ಫಲಾನುಭವಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಲೈಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳಿಸಿದೆ.
ಇದು ಮಲೆನಾಡ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ತುಂಬಾ ಕರೆಂಟಿನ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಬರ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಸ್ಮಾರ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ತುಂಬಾ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲೇ ಹೋಗ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಮಯನೂ ವ್ಯರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಈಗ ಸೋಲಾರ್ನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಸಮಯ ವ್ಯರ್ಥವಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದನ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ.
ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳೂರು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಶೃಂಗೇರಿ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಪ್ರೌಢಶಾಲೆ ತೊರಹೆಡ್ಲು. ಇದು ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಇನ್ವರ್ಟರ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಸಹಕಾರದೊಂದಿಗೆ ರೂಪಿತಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಅನುಕೂಲಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಕಲಿಕೆಗೆ, ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಪ್ರಗತಿಗೆ, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕವಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಸಹಿತ ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿ ಇದರ ಸಹಕಾರ ಆಗಿದೆ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ನಮ್ಗೆ ಈ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಹಾಕೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಂಟಿಂದೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಈ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಹಾಕಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ 70% ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರಿಂದನೇ ಅದು ಕಾರಣ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು ಮಲೆನಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಲೈನ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಪವರ್ ಲೈನ್ಗಳು. ಮಳೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಡು ಮರಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿದ್ದು ಕಂಬಗಳು ಬಿದ್ದು.
But because the founder wanted to change the world. If you decide you want to found a company, you may be starting to develop your first idea and hire lots of workers, creating a better life in process. Very good evening, dear ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my dear well-wishers of Karnataka Bank. Karnataka Bank has a strong belief in bringing about not only the change, but also a sustainable change. Our founders have left a legacy behind, and it is up to us, the KBL family, to be a part of this. In this direction, today is truly a remarkable moment for each one of us at KBL family to be a part of this Founders Day celebration, which also marks the 98th birthday of our bank. 98 years ago, our founders had just one vision: to create a bank which is distinctive and committed to the common man. And that's what exactly we have become, a distinctive bank offering state-of-the-art banking products and services, including the latest digitized products to suit the requirements of all classes of customers, yet strongly rooted in our traditions handed down to us by our vision-filled founders. In the words of Felix Rohatyn, an famous American investment banker, at its core, banking is not simply about profit, but about personal relationships. Indeed, Karnataka Bank is known for the personal relationship it builds with each customer. Karnataka Bank has been one of the earliest institutions to set a tradition of remembering and expressing gratitude to its founders by celebrating the Founders Day year after year. As you all know, the bank has been observing the 18th of February as the Founders Day every year, which is marked by a Founders Day lecture delivered by an eminent person, followed by a musical recital. And today, as we enthusiastically step into our 99th year, with our centennial year just another year away, I extend a warm and cordial welcome to each one of you for this memorable celebration. Come join us as we march with pride into the 99th year of an iconic banking institution. We are extremely proud and happy to have with us Honorable Justice Mr. S. Abdul Nazir, the Judge of Supreme Court of India, to deliver the Founders' Day lecture. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and being here to inspire all of us. May I now request Shri P. Pradeep Kumar, Chairman of Karnataka Bank, Shri Mahabaleshwara MS, Managing Director and CEO, Shri Justice A.V. Chandrasekhar, Director Karnataka Bank, to escort Honorable Justice Mr. S. Abdul Nazir, Judge of Supreme Court of India, and Madam Samira Abdul Nazir to the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a rousing welcome to them as they take their seats onto the dais. A louder applaud, please. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause. Thank you, one and all. All of you are requested to keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you. Gratitude is the greatest prayer, and thank you is the greatest mantra. It's time to thank the Almighty for His abundant blessings on our institution. And to invoke blessings on us, we now have a prayer song by Srimati Veena T.N., an officer of KBL family.
शृङ्गपुराधीश्वरी शारदे शृङ्गपुराधीश्वरी शारदे शुभमङ्गले सर्वाभीष्टप्रदे शृङ्गपुराधीश्वरी शारदे शङ्करसन्नुते श्रीपद्मचरणे शङ्करसन्नुते श्रीपद्मचरणे सकलकला विशारदे वरदे सलहिन्नताये सामगानप्रिये शृङ्गपुराधीश्वरी शारदे करुणीसम्म श्रुतिगतिಗಳ ಮಾತೆ करुणीसम्म श्रुतिगतिಗಳ ಮಾತೆ कमनीय सप्त स्वर सुपूजिते काव्यगान कला स्वरूपिणी कामितदायिनी कल्याणी जननी कामितदायिनी कल्याणी जननी शृङ्गपुराधीश्वरी शारदे शारदे ಶಾರದೆ.
Prayer should be the key of the day and the lock of the night. Thank you, Srimati Veena Tian, for that melodious invocation. A passionate banker, a prudent thinker, an excellent strategist, planner, and communicator. He knows his priorities and pursues them with passion, patience, and perseverance, without succumbing to any temporary pressures or hurdles. And he is the leader of Team KBL, and he is none other than our MD and CEO, Sri Mahabaleshwara MS. Sir, may I now request you to give us an overview of the Founders' Day and extend a formal welcome to all gathered here.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿನ 98ನೇ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪಕರ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆಗೆ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ. मैं इस शुभ अवसर पर सभी उपस्थित अतिथियों का कर्नाटका बैंक की ओर से हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and a hearty welcome to this momentous occasion of 98th Founders Day celebration of Karnataka Bank. Due to the challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, which we are all very well aware, this function is being held by following all the COVID-19 protocols. By expressing our heartfelt pranams and by paying rich tributes to the founding fathers of the bank, let us start the Founders Day celebration on this memorable day of 18th February 2022. We bow our head in reverence to our great founding fathers who had laid a strong foundation for this great institution on this very day way back in 1924. My respectful homage to all the 9 founding directors of the bank. They are Sri B.R. Vasrai Achar, Sri Nellikai Venkatrao, Sri Pejavar Narayanacharya, Sri Kalmadi Lakshmi Narayan Rao, Sri Pangal Subbarao, Sri Udupi Venkatrao, Sri Sheshabhat Bide, Sri Narikombo Ramarao, and Sri Kakkunje Sadashiva Adiga. On this occasion, let us also salute with great respect and gratitude to all the past chairmen of the bank who have put their soul for the sustained growth and development of this great bank over the last 98 years. They are Sri B.R. Vasrai Achar, our founder chairman, Sri K. Suryanarayana Adiga, the visionary and the doyen of the bank, Sri K. N. Basri, Sri P. Raghuram, Sri P. Sundar Rao, Sri H. M. Ramarao, Sri U. V. Bhatt, Sri M. S. Krishna Bhatt, Sri Ananta Krishna, and Sri P. Jairam Bhatt, who recently demitted the office on completion of his term on 13th of November 2021. In fact, Mr. Bhatt, he led the bank from the front for about 7.5 years as the managing director and CEO of the bank, and thereafter as part-time chairman for about 4.5 years. He has spent a record number of 48 years in this great institution in various capacities, right from probationary officer to the chairman level, and bank was immensely benefited from his rich experience and guidance. Karnataka Bank, you all know, we are unique in the sense it's a time-tested, professionally managed, and a profitably run bank. You are all well aware that it has not remained just as a bank, but also regarded as a socio-economic movement. Karnataka Bank was started during the Swadeshi movement to practice Atmanirbharata in financial sector. Hence, all along we focused on rural India, agriculture, education, MSMEs, etc. Of course, by duly adhering to our core values and identity during these 98 years, we kept on adapting to the changing times to continue to be relevant and to still emerge stronger. Karnataka Bank is one of the pioneers to have core banking solution. In banking parlance, we call it as CBS, way back in 2000 itself. Now also, we are one among the few banks which introduced digital underwriting of loans with state-of-the-art digital capabilities. I'm very happy that our bank has exhibited consistency in its financial performance by earning a net profit of over 100 crore during all the 3 quarters of the current financial year as well. Further, our provision coverage ratio, PCR, has also improved to 73.74%. Capital adequacy ratio stood at a high of 14.15%. CASA ratio also improved to 31.30%. And most interesting and very important is that in spite of COVID-19 induced economic crisis, our NPAs are declining on account of improved asset quality and on account of continued support of our customers. Our total business turnover stood at a new high of 1,33,918 crores with deposits of 78,429 crores and advances of 55,489 crores. These figures are as of 31st December 21. And the customer base, most important for us, it is nearing 12 million mark. At present, 93.07% of our transactions are happening through digital platform, which is a testimony of our user-friendly digital capabilities. I am also happy to inform that our bank has been recently conferred with a record number of 16 prestigious awards for its digital initiatives, COVID-19 related relief measures, technology adoption, and other areas of operations from various institutions like Infosys, MSME Chambers, PFRDA, Government of India, MITI, and IBA also. Our bank, in its endeavor to continue to be relevant and significant bank and to emerge as the digital bank of future, has initiated an ambitious transformation project named KBL Vikas under the able guidance of the Board of Directors and with the active involvement of all my team members. This is a holistic and inclusive transformation driven by technology. This KBL Vikas project has already put the bank into a new orbit with institutionalization of strong sales and marketing culture, establishment of a state-of-the-art digital center of excellence at Bengaluru, a robust monitoring mechanism, digital review through dashboards, employee upskilling, and so many other initiatives. With an objective of taking the digital initiatives to the next level, the bank has launched the project KBL Next under Wave 2.0 of KBL Vikas to emerge as the digital bank of future. I am very happy to make today 2 important announcements. Firstly, for any bank, a strong risk management practice is a must because we deal with the public money. With this background, a set of new benchmark in our risk management practices we voluntarily adopted for ISO certification standards by establishing a quality management system for our risk management department and redefined the existing procedures and practices of the risk management. Great news is yet to come. I wish to state here that Karnataka Bank is the first bank in India to get ISO 9001-2015 certification for its quality management system activities associated with risk management processes and practices of the risk management department. So in that background, on this Founders Day, you can regard Karnataka Bank as a unique bank because of this one more reason also. No other bank in Indian banking sector so far has been able to get this risk management practices ISO certification for their risk management department. In fact, in the morning, when Chairman Sir was addressing our risk management team, he has again expressed hope that not only the risk management department, but also other departments, say for example, accounts department HR&IR department and the credit department and all the departments and head office should get this ISO certification by the time we celebrate our centenary year in the year 2023-24. This is all a self-imposed goal for us. This accreditation will further improve service efficiency of risk management department with repeatable and predictable outcomes, heighten employee morale, boost confidence in the public, and in turn enrich the reputation of the bank with enhanced risk management practices and brand image. You may be eagerly waiting to know the second important announcement. Secondly, our sourcing of co-branded credit card in association with the State Bank of India has touched a new milestone of 1 lakh cards today. It also gives me an immense pleasure to inform that as a socially responsible and commercially viable bank, we are actively involved in various social welfare activities through our CSR initiatives in the areas of social importance on a sustainable basis. Under CSR initiatives, bank has so far sanctioned 61.17 crores covering 1,565 projects across the country. The social impact of this initiative has been very, very encouraging. Every year, we have been inviting distinguished personalities of national and international repute from different walks of life to deliver Founders Day lecture. This year has been very special as we are very fortunate that a highly respected judge of the Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Justice S. Abdul Nazir Sir, is kind enough to accept our invitation to be the chief guest and deliver the Founders Day lecture. His Lordship has taken all the pains to travel to Mangalore to be personally with us on this joyous moment. He is not only well learned, but also, I should say that, simplicity personified. Vidya dadati vinayam. That sums up our today's chief guest. Today, His Lordship is going to talk on the subject Constitutional Philosophy and Banking. We at Karnataka Bank consider ourselves very fortunate to host him along with his spouse, Mrs. Samira Abdul Nazir. Though he needs no introduction, it is our duty to introduce him formally before this august audience who are very eager to hear him. Our esteemed Director, Justice A.V. Chandrasekhar Sir, will be doing this pleasant task of formally introducing him to you all in a short while from now. In the meantime, please join me in extending a very warm welcome to our Honorable Mr. Justice S. Abdul Nazir, our admired and most respected Chief Guest of the day, and also his wife, Mrs. Samira Abdul Nazir. Distinguished invitees, today's function is presided by Sri Pradeep Kumar, Chairman of the Bank. As you are all well aware, Sri P. Pradeep Kumar took charge as Chairman of the Bank with effect from 14th of November 2021. Mr. Pradeep Kumar is a seasoned banker with nearly 4 decades of experience at the largest bank of the country, that is State Bank of India. He has both national and international banking experience as he served as SBI's country head USA for about 4 years and Managing Director of State Bank of Travancore for about a year and Managing Director Corporate Banking of State Bank of India for about 3 years. He is a great source of inspiration and guiding force for all of us. He is on our board since 19th of August 2020. He is the most sought after and well admired personality in the economic world. He is also on the board of 6 other companies. Further, he is also serving as a member of Bank's Board Bureau, which has the responsibility of selecting various public sector banks' chief. Karnataka Bank is fortunate to have him as its chairman. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to our own chairman, Sri Pradeep Kumar. The bank has a galaxy of professional directors on its board who take utmost interest and care to steer the bank on the path of sustained growth by ensuring the highest standard of corporate governance. On the days, we have Mr. Justice A.V. Chandrasekhar, retired High Court Judge of Karnataka and former judicial member, Karnataka State Administrative Tribunal, who is on our board since 19th of August 2020. Sir, a warm welcome to you, sir. I also recognize the august presence of our distinguished directors, Sri Keshav Krishna Rao Desai, sir, an industrialist from Hubballi, Madam Maithili Ramesh, an expert and former senior vice president of Wipro and co-founder and CEO of NextWealth, Sri B.R. Ashok, a distinguished chartered accountant from Chennai, Madam Uma Shankar, former executive director, Reserve Bank of India, Mumbai, Dr. D.S. Ravindran, IFS retired and former principal secretary to the government of Karnataka, and Sri Balakrishna Alse S, former executive director of Oriental Bank of Commerce. Many of our directors have also been accompanied by their spouse and family members. While recognizing their gracious presence, I am happy to extend a warm welcome to all the directors and their family members. I also recognize the gracious presence of our former chairman, Sri P. Jairam Bhatt. Hearty welcome to you, sir. I heartily welcome our legal advisor, Sri M.V. Shankar Bhatt, sir, and also our statutory auditors, Messrs. Kalyaniwala and Mistry LLP, Chartered Accountants, Mumbai, represented by its partner, Mr. Anil Kulkarni, along with his team members, and Messrs. Sundaram and Srinivasan, Chartered Accountants, Chennai, represented by its team members to this function. Host of luminaries from various parts of the country, our well-wishers, customers, right from Amritsar, Ludhiana, Tirupur, Mumbai, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, and Chennai, and many other cities, they all have come here. And also I recognize the august presence of fellow bankers, the opinion makers of our society, elected representatives, officials of district and city administration, learned members from the judiciary, valued customers, shareholders, and well-wishers of our bank from all over the country. And they have joined today either physically or through virtual mode. My hearty welcome to each one of them. I am also very happy to recognize the august presence of our own District Commissioner, Dr. K.V. Rajendra, IAS, who had come here and wished us all the best, and our own Police Commissioner, IPS, Mr. Shashi Kumar, who too had come and wished us all the best. And we have Mr. Rishikesh Sonavane, IPS Superintendent of Police, sir. Right now he is present here. I am very happy to recognize your august presence. We have Dr. Kumar, IAS, CEO of Dakshina Kannada Jilla Panchayat. He has come and wished us all the best. And we also had the presence of Mr. Akshi Sridhar, IAS, Commissioner of Mangalore City Corporation, who had come and wished us all the best. And we have our worshipful Mayor, Sri Premanand Shetty, Mangalore City Corporation. And we also have Madam Gayatri Venkat, Senior Consultant, Infomine Software Solutions, LLP, Chennai, with us. I'm also very happy to recognize the august presence of our long-lasting partners, as well as good friend of mine also, Mr. Ashish Kumar Srivastava, MD and CEO of PNB MetLife India Insurance Company and all his team, and Mr. Parag Raja, MD and CEO Bharti AXA Life Insurance and his team, and also Mr. Sharad Mathur, MD and CEO, Universal Sompo General Insurance Company Limited. In fact, Universal Sompo General Insurance Company Limited, it was promoted by Karnataka Bank. Initially, we had about 15% share in that company. Even today, we are holding about 6% share. And of course, Mrs. Tapan Singhal, MD and CEO of Bajaj Alliance General Insurance Company Limited. He has also come along with his team members. Mr. Subramanya SV, MD and CEO of FISDM and his team members. Anurag Nigam, MD, FIS, he is here with us today. Mr. M.R. Shashibhushan, MD and CEO, Way to Wealth Securities Private Limited of Sriram Group, he is also with us today. And Mr. Apurva P, Deputy Vice President, SBI Cards, I also recognize his presence along with his team members. Mr. Pradeep Kumar Kalkura, former President of Dakshina Kannada Sahitya Parishad, is also with us. Welcome to you, sir. Sri C.R. Satyanarayanan, Intech Group of Companies, has joined us all the way from Chennai. And Sri Albert D'Souza, the Chairman of Aldel Educational Institutions from Mumbai. Sir, hearty welcome to you also. And I have Mr. Varpreet Singh Sachdeva, Chairman of RJ Industries from Ludhiana. Mr. Sachdeva, yeah, he is here, sir. And Mr. Rajendra Kutte, Noble Constructions from Pune, he is also with us today. And I cannot forget the august presence of Dr. Mohan Alva, Chairman of Alva's Educational Institutions, Mudabidri. And Mr. and Mrs. Valsan Parameshwaran from Salem, they have joined us today. And Sri G.V. Acharya, Financial Advisor, and Sri M.S. Mallikarjun, CFO from Mahindra Homes Private Limited, Bengaluru, they have joined us today. Mr. Vijay Reddy, SJR Prime, Bengaluru, I also recognize his august presence. Sri Ramana, RR Dura Fabs, Hyderabad, he has joined us today. Sri Chandrasekhar Nagaral, CS Constructions, Nagpur. Mr. G. Shankar, leading contractor and our well-wishers from Udupi, he has also joined us today. Sri Jeevandas Narayan, former Managing Director of State Bank of Travancore, he has also joined us today. So hearty welcome to you, sir. And Captain Ganesh Karnik, a former MLC, he has also with us today. Mr. Nagaraj Shetty, a former Minister of Government of Karnataka, he is with us today. And I am also happy to recognize the august presence of Mr. K.C. Naik, promoter of Mahabaleshwara Builders, Mr. Hari Krishna Punarur, former director, Sri Srinivas, Joint Commissioner of Income Tax, and Pujya Swamiji of Ramakrishna, Ramakrishna Tapovan from Podali. So my appreciations and recognition of your graceful presence in this august function, sir. And also Professor M.B. Puranik, Chairman of Sharda Group of Institutions, and many more. If I starting telling the numbers, I think I should do justice by calling each one of you, because each one of you is, I treat each one of you as our today's special and chief guest. So hearty and warm welcome to each one of you, my dear invitees. I extend a warm welcome to all my executive colleagues and their family members, regional heads, the chief executive and his team of KBL Services Limited, Bengaluru, former directors of the bank, president, general secretary, and the office bearers of All India. We also have Mr. S.V. Manjunath, our former director, he is here, and also the secretary, general secretary, and the office bearers of All India Karnataka Bank Employees Association, Karnataka Bank Officers Organization, retired executives, and all the retired members of staff of Karnataka Bank. My hearty welcome to each of KBL employees who are the ambassadors and face of the bank, who are working tirelessly in serving the customers to their delight. I recognize the august presence of Srimati Shubha Jairam Bhatt. She is here. And also, it is my unique opportunity to extend a warm welcome to Madam Annapurna Mahabaleshwar and all other leading ladies of KBL family. I also recognize the gracious presence of our various channel partners and business associates and extend a warm welcome to their representatives as well. I extend a warm welcome to the members of print and electronic media. My hearty welcome to Sri Ashok Kumar, station head of All India Radio Mangalore, and his team, who have arranged to broadcast this program live. I also welcome Sri Suryanarayan Bhatt, program executive, All India Radio Mangalore, and his team, who are here today to live telecast this program. My warm welcome to Shri Leelakshabi Karkera and his team of Namma TV channel, and Shri Shiva Sharan Shetty and his team of Namma TV channel who are telecasting this program live. Bank is also streaming this event live through WebEx and on its official pages of YouTube and Facebook to reach maximum number of our staff, well-wishers, stakeholders across the globe who could not make it physically here. We are also having live streaming of this program to all our 863 branches, 14 regional offices, and other offices across India for the benefit of all our 8,500 plus staff members to witness this event live at their respective branches or the offices. A warm welcome to all those who are witnessing this program in virtual mode. This program will be followed by a musical flute concert as well. For us, continuing the tradition blended with the digital innovation for our future journey is of paramount importance. In another 1 year, the bank will be entering into its centenary year, and we have undertaken a lot of far-reaching initiatives on this great occasion that will be unveiled during the course of centenary year celebration from 19th of February 2023 to 18th of February 2024. A landmark iconic centenary building will be constructed to commemorate this particular occasion. A befitting centenary souvenir will also be brought out by incorporating all the past milestones achieved by the bank. All our CSR initiatives will also be centered around the centenary theme. Various digital initiatives under KBL Next theme are aimed to put KBL to the next orbit of growth. Centenary year celebration will be a great opportunity for us to make the bank strong enough to take off for its second century journey, armed with best-in-class technology of new age banking and to face the ever-increasing challenges in the banking sector. Once again, a warm welcome to each one of you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your words of warm welcome and a hearty welcome to you too, sir, to this beautiful evening of celebration. We feel it a pride to have amidst us our chief guest of the day, Honorable Justice Mr. S. Abdul Nazir, Judge of Supreme Court of India, to deliver the Founders' Day lecture. Now I request Justice A.V. Chandrasekhar, Director of Karnataka Bank, to introduce our chief guest to the august gathering.
With a wonderful welcome by Shri Mahabaleshwar, the MD and CEO of the bank, I feel that the distinguished invitees who are gathered here are all Mahanubhavas. Therefore, it would be in the fitness of things to just remember what Carnatic musicians, especially Telugu musicians, will address before the beginning of the concert. Endiro Mahanubhavalu, Andariki Vandanalu. Honorable Shri Justice S. Abdul Nazir, Judge Supreme Court of India, and Madams Samira Nazir, Shri Pradeep Kumar, esteemed Chairman of our bank, Shri Mahabaleshwar, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Karnataka Bank, my esteemed co-directors, former Chairman Mr. Jairam Bhatt, esteemed guests and distinguished invitees of today's function. I have been given the pleasant task to introduce today's chief guest, Honorable Mr. Justice S. Abdul Nazir, Judge Supreme Court of India, to the esteemed guests and invitees who have assembled here today on a very meaningful occasion. Our MD remarked that it's a joyous occasion. Added to that, it is a meaningful occasion because we are crossing the 98th year of the inception of the bank. I feel it a great privilege to introduce today's chief guest, Honorable Shri Justice Abdul Nazir. He was born on 5th January 1958, a few miles away from Mangalore in Belavai village of Karkala Taluk to Srimati Hamidabi and Shri Fakir Sahib. I knew his mother very well, a great pious lady. Honorable Shri Justice S. Abdul Nazir had his earlier education at St. Thomas Higher Primary School and Jain School, Mudabidri, which is called Dakshina Jain Kashi. His Lordship got degree in Commerce in the year 1979 from Sri Mahavir College, Mudabidri, and law degree from Sri Dharmasthala Manjunatha Law College, Mangalore, in the year 1983. His Lordship, in spite of having lost his father at a very young age, and in spite of assisting his young widowed mother to run the family, pursued his education with all earnestness. After obtaining the law degree, his Lordship got enrolled as an advocate on 18th February 1983 in the Karnataka State Bar Council and soon joined the chambers of Mr. M.K. Vijay Kumar, a leading lawyer of Karkala and undivided Dakshina Kannada district. His Lordship practiced in the courts of Karkala for a few months and later on shifted to Bangalore in the year 1984. His Lordship took an appropriate decision to join the chambers of Mr. late Shri K.S. Kasim, who was a leading lawyer in Bangalore and was the chairman of Karnataka State Bar Council also. Late Shri Kasim was a leading lawyer of Bangalore and intimate to one Shri V. Krishnamurti, a leading doyen of Bangalore Bar. If one were to say that V. Krishnamurti was one of the finest legal brains in India, it cannot be found fault with. After practicing in the chambers of Mr. Shri Kasim, his Lordship joined the chambers of late Shri V. Tarak Ram, son of late V. Krishnamurti, a leading advocate in Bangalore. His Lordship has acknowledged the guidance he got from his father-in-law, Shri K.S. Kasim, and the role of his father-in-law in shaping his career. While replying to the farewell speech made on the occasion of his Lordship's elevation to the Honorable Apex Court of India, his Lordship has remembered the role of his father-in-law, Shri Kasim, Shri V. Krishnamurti, the legal doyen, and his son, Shri V. Tarak Ram, Senior Counsel of Bar, in shaping his career. I would like to quote what his Lordship has spoken on this said occasion in the Honorable High Court of Karnataka. Quote, Shri M.K. Vijay Kumar, Senior Advocate, Karkala, laid the foundation in my career as an advocate. He has always supported me when I was beginner in the profession. Thereafter, I am fortunate to have the blessings of my father-in-law, Shri K.S. Kasim, advocate who is mainly responsible for shaping my career. I joined the chambers of Shri V. Tarak Ram, Senior Counsel of this bar in the year 1985, who spared no efforts to shape my career. He has always treated me as one of his family members. I deeply recollect the guidance, warmth and affection of the doyen of this bar, late Shri V. Krishnamurti, Senior Counsel, who used to affectionately call me his grandson. These are the experts of the reply speech delivered by his Lordship on the occasion of his Lordship's elevation to the Supreme Court. One may also say, what is the corroborating evidence you have? Because lawyers always think of corroborative evidence. My senior and the senior of Honorable Mr. Justice, Shri Justice Abdul Nazir were one and the same. Therefore, I have more authentic evidence to speak authentically. Honorable Shri Justice Abdul Nazir served as the government advocate from 1993 to 95 and also served as sub-editor to Indian Law Reports from 10/6/1991 to 10/6/1994. After gaining sufficient experience and expertise in the chambers of late Shri V. Tarak Ram, Honorable Shri Justice Abdul Nazir started independent practice. His Lordship has practiced in all the branches of law in various courts, tribunals, including the Honorable High Court of Karnataka. His Lordship was the Senior Standing Counsel for Bangalore Development Authority, Rajiv Gandhi University of Medical Sciences, Karnataka State Waqf Board, and several other statutory bodies. I would like to mention here about the role played by his Lordship as the Senior Standing Counsel of Bangalore Development Authority. Many layouts were taken up by Bangalore Development Authority, and whenever layouts are taken up for formation, there will be cases before the constitutional courts, and his Lordship has ably defended BDA, and ultimately we could see some best layouts, flyovers, and outer ring roads in Bangalore. Recognizing the merit and the efficiency, His Lordship was appointed as an additional judge of the Honorable High Court of Karnataka on 12/5/2003. His Lordship became a permanent judge of the Honorable High Court of Karnataka on 24/9/2004. His Lordship has decided all types of cases, both in terms of quality and quantity, as a judge of the Honorable High Court of Karnataka. His Lordship, recognizing the contribution His Lordship made as a judge of the High Court of Karnataka, he was elevated to the Honorable Apex Court of India in the month of January, and His Lordship took oath in the month of February 2017. His Lordship is a very simple and affectionate person. I had the privilege of working under His Lordship, since His Lordship was my administrative judge while I was working as Principal District and Sessions Judge Mandya. His Lordship is a large-hearted man and always take care of the welfare of people working around His Lordship. I had the fortune of serving as a judge of the Honorable High Court of Karnataka when His Lordship was a senior judge of the High Court, and also had the privilege of sitting with His Lordship in a division bench presided over by His Lordship. The manner in which His Lordship conducted the court proceedings is amazing. Though 150 to 200 cases used to be listed every day in the High Court before His Lordship's bench, His Lordship would deal them with ease, and lawyers would always leave the court hall with a satisfaction that they have been heard fully. Mr. V. Shankar Bhatt will watch my statement, because lawyers want they are heard fully. Whatever may be the decision that the judge takes, they are not bothered. They want that the client's case for which they have been engaged must be accomplished. It is said that the first and essential quality of a person to become a judge at whatever stage is that he should be a gentleman. His Lordship has the gentlemanliness in abundance. His Lordship always thinks of the consequences of a decision that would be taken in a particular case, wherever law is to be bent to help poor, needy, and deserving. His Lordship would do it without violating the provisions of the law and the well-set precedents. I have been appointed as the chairman of the Justice Chandrasekhar Committee by the Honorable Supreme Court of India by a bench headed by Honorable Mr. Justice Abdul Nazir. The manner in which the bench headed by His Lordship is rendering justice to the residents of Shivaram Karant layout is eloquent, in the sense that His Lordship has never hesitated to use the extraordinary powers vested in the Supreme Court under Article 142 of the Constitution of India. If complete justice is to be done to the parties before the Honorable Supreme Court, Article 142 of the Constitution of India can be used, and of course, it is used exceptionally, that too with caution. The initial challenges that the BDA had to encounter with regard to the formation of Dr. Shivaram Karant layout have come down substantially because of the timely intervention and monitoring by the bench headed by His Lordship. His Lordship is well versed in men and matter also, and as a result of the same, His Lordship finds it easy to resolve cases. After all, law is a bundle of common senses, and if one has a large heart and an open mind, 75% of the case is done. It is said that normally a judge of the Supreme Court thinks of future 2 generations while disposing of a case, as many decisions of the highest court of law become binding precedents to be followed scrupulously by all the courts in India. It may not be out of place if I mention that His Lordship thinks not just 2 generations, but 3 to 4 generations ahead while taking a decision. His Lordship is known for hard work. As a result of the same, His Lordship has earned huge goodwill in the Honorable Supreme Court. The goodwill that His Lordship has earned in the Supreme Court is evident from the fact that His Lordship has had been the judge of about 8 to 9 constitution benches. Bench consisting of minimum 5 judges and above in the Honorable Supreme Court is called Constitution Bench. Such benches will be constituted to consider constitutional issues of greater importance and matters having grave general importance. His Lordship was a judge of the Constitution Bench dealing with the privacy, in which it is held that right to privacy is a fundamental right and akin to Article 21 of the Constitution of India. His Lordship was the judge in the Constitution Bench which dealt with the triple talaq issue and Maratha reservation issue. His Lordship was also the judge of a landmark decision rendered in the case of Rama Janmabhoomi case, though it was a regular first civil appeal filed by the aggrieved parties before the Honorable Supreme Court of India, the then Chief Justice thought it fit to constitute a constitution bench of 5 judges, as it also involved serious issues concerning constitutional provisions and other aspects of civil laws. It is a unanimous judgment rendered by the Honorable Supreme Court after having heard it for 40 days continuously. Even after retiring to the chambers after 4:30, they would again reassemble for 2 hours after having a cup of coffee. That's how the entire Constitution bench dealt with that sensitive issue. The way in which the Constitution bench has dealt with the above case is remarkable. The decision rendered by a Constitution bench in the famous Shabarimala case is to be reviewed by a larger bench of 9 judges, and Honorable Shri Justice Abdul Nazir is also a judge of that Constitution bench. The Honorable Supreme Court could not take up this because of the intervening COVID. We hope that the bench would resume its work as early as possible and a landmark judgment would be given. Honorable Supreme Court of India is the apex court of the land. Any decision that would be rendered by the apex court would be final. Though a judgment or order of a Supreme Court is amenable to review, very rarely review petitions are entertained allowed. As a result, the finality that is attached to the judgment and orders of the Supreme Court, citizens expect that the judges would be conscious of the future effects of such a decision. I can state with conviction that our esteemed judge, Shri Honorable Mr. Justice Abdul Nazir, is a sound judge and has proved to be an efficient judge, and that is evident from the simple but eloquent judgments rendered by His Lordship. His Lordship is married to Madam Samira, daughter of late case Qasim. It is our privilege that gracious lady Madam Samira is also present today in this momentous function. Madam Samira Nazir is also an advocate, but had to discontinue her practice after the elevation of His Lordship as the judge of the Supreme Court. They are blessed with 2 children, a son and a daughter. Their son, Shri Muhammad Akil, and daughter, Srimati Irfana, are also practicing and upcoming advocates in Bangalore. It's our privilege to have Honorable Mr. Justice Nazir to deliver a special lecture on the occasion of Founders' Day of Karnataka Bank. When a request was made to His Lordship, it was accepted as this bank has deep roots in the coastal district. His Lordship is a great admirer of Karnataka Bank, and that admiration has resulted in His Lordship accepting our request. Whenever His Lordship is called upon to speak on a subject, His Lordship comes well prepared and neatly articulates the same. While speaking as a chief guest in an All India Lawyers Conference a few months ago in Hyderabad, His Lordship has eloquently emphasized the need to relook at many pre-constitutional laws, which are called colonial laws, in the background of our nation's ethos and great traditions. The relevant part of the speech is quoted below. Quote, "The great weakness of our legal system today is that due to its divorcing from Indian legal heritage, its lack theoretical nourishment. The impact of theories of jurists, including ancient scholars, on the legal system of the country is profound, even though it may seem unseen and subconscious." A great American judge, Oliver Wendell Holmes, wrote that the felt necessities of the time, the prevalent moral and political theories, institutions of public policy, avowed or unconscious, even the prejudices which judges share with their fellow men, have a great deal more than syllogism in determining the rules by which men are governed. Another great American judge, Benjamin Cardozo, had observed that logic and history and custom and utility and the accepted standard of right conduct are the forces which singly or in combination shape the progress of the law. Roscoe Poundo was also of the view that current moral ideals and ethical customs are drawn upon continually by courts, although seldom consciously. His Lordship, whilst delivering the special lecture on the graduation day of CMR University last year, February, has also emphasized the need of a new education policy, and also has supported the concept of the self-reliance. Bharat needs self-reliance, and His Lordship has eloquently analyzed the same. And as a result of his, I think, the natural consequences of his lordship's speech at Hyderabad while addressing the lawyers' fraternity, the government of India, I think, has taken a cue from it. The Union Home Minister, Honorable Union Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah, has written a letter to all the stakeholders as a first installment to relook at Indian Penal Code, Indian Evidence Act and Criminal Procedure Code, and recommend amendments, if any, to keep in line with the present day. Very rarely I get an opportunity to speak about the great qualities of my great well-wisher, Honorable Shri Justice Abdul Nazir, to speak a few words. His Lordship, though I have an opportunity to speak about him privately, I did not have any opportunity. I am grateful that the management of the Karnataka Bank entrusted this pleasant task. I consider myself to be fortunate to introduce my great well-wisher and a great judge of the Apex Court and a great human being, Honorable Shri Justice Abdul Nazir, to the distinguished guests and invitees on this memorable occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for introducing this great personality to all of us. Flowers remind us to bloom wherever we are planted. Where flowers bloom, so does hope. A flower does not think of competing to the flower next to it. It just blooms and radiates happiness and teaches us to live selflessly. We would now offer the dignitaries a floral welcome as a token of our love and affection and also felicitate them. At this moment, I would also like to invite on stage the directors, Madam Maithili Ramesh and Madam Uma Shankar, onto the dais and join the executives to do the honors. May I now request our chairman, Shri P. Pradeep Kumar, MD and CEO, Shri Mahabaleshwara MS, and Justice A.V. Chandrasekhar, Director of the bank, to offer a floral welcome and also felicitate our chief guest, Honorable Mr. Justice S. Abdul Nazir. Ladies and gentlemen, a louder applause. Thank you, sirs. May I now request our directors, Srimati Maithili Ramesh and Srimati Uma Shankar, to offer a floral welcome and felicitate Madam Samira Abdul Nazir. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, madam. May I now request our MD and CEO, Shri Mahabaleshwara MS, to welcome our chairman, Shri P. Pradeep Kumar, and Justice A.V. Chandrasekhar, Director of the bank, with a floral bouquet as a token of our love. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Warm welcome to you, sir. A floral welcome to Justice A.V. Chandrasekhar, Director of our bank, from our MD and CEO, Shri Mahabaleshwara MS. Ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate to be a part of this gathering and experience something that's precious and rare. And I'm sure that you are all ready to soak in the knowledge that will be imparted by our chief guest. The stage is set, and I now request the Honorable Justice, Mr. S. Abdul Nazir, Judge of the Supreme Court of India, who is the son of the soil and a man with the dint of his hard work has achieved what many only dream of. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our chief guest. Sir, the stage is all yours now for the Founders Day lecture on the topic Constitutional Philosophy and Banking. Over to you, sir.
Chairman of Karnataka Bank, respected Shri Pradeep Kumarji, Managing Director and CEO, respected Shri Mahabaleshwarji, Honorable Mr. Justice A.V. Chandrasekhar, former Judge of the Karnataka High Court, Srimati Samira Nazir, Directors of the Bank, Advocates, Invitees, and friends. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಬಹಳನೇ ನನಗೆ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಇವತ್ತು. I am delighted to have been invited for the momentous occasion of the Founders Day celebration of Karnataka Bank. It's a great pleasure and honor to be invited here on an occasion so grand and special, such as Founders Day celebration. As a Mangalorean, nothing could make me prouder. The occasion of Founders Day of the bank is truly marvelous, gratifying, and a testament to the commitment and dedication of this bank under the guidance of the chairman and managing director. The bank is faithfully serving its customers with easy access to a host of banking services and provided them with a foundation to prosper and achieve, among other aspirations, financial substantially. As such, I must convey my heartfelt thanks not only to the current administration, but also to those who have manned these roles in the illustrious history of the bank. Friends, today I will be speaking on the subject Constitutional Philosophy and Banking. ಈ ವಕೀಲರನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ನ್ಯಾಯಾಧೀಶರನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕರೆದ್ರೆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಅಂಶ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಎಂಚಿನ ಇಂದು ಲಾ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಅಂತ, ಸೊ ಲಾ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ ಬೋರಿಂಗ್, ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ಬೋರಿಂಗ್ ಲಾ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ. ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಸರ್, ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬೀನ್ ಹಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಯು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಯು ಟು about 45 minutes maximum I may take. Somehow you have to put up with me, friends. Somehow you have to put up. Before touching upon this subject, let me briefly take you through the origin of banking. The banking system as it exists today is a product of a number of centuries and not the development of any particular period. In all the countries of the world, banking has been in existence in one form or the other. So far the present system is concerned, the word bank, B-A-N-K, is said to be of Germanic origin, cognate with the French word banque, B-A-N-Q-U-E, and the Italian word banca, B-A-N-C-A, both meaning bench, B-E-N-C-H, bench. In fact, this word may have been derived meaning from the practice of Jewish moneylenders of Lombardy, a district in North Italy, who in the Middle Ages used to do business sitting on the benches in the marketplace. There are others who believe that the word bank is originally derived from German word back, B-A-C-K, back, meaning a joint stock fund. As the Germans occupied Italy, the word was italicized and the word back became banco, BANCO. And finally, it became bank under the English. India was not a stranger to the concept of banking. Banking was in existence in India during Vedic times from 2000 BC to 1400 BC, backwards here too. Loans were well understood in those days. In Smriti period, which followed Vedic period and the epic as well, andre Ramayana and Mahabharata. Banking had become an activity in India. Manu, the great lawgiver, speaks about earning of interest as business of Vaishyas. In fact, Manu had devoted a special chapter in Manusmriti to deposits and pledge and has given rules for loans and rates of interest. Even the other sages like Gautama, Katyayana, Brihaspati made a reference of regulation of interest. Kautilya made a reference of regulation of interest on loans. The famous Kautilya's Arthashastra, which ascribed to be dating back to 4th century BC, contains reference to the creditors and lending. It appears that lending activities were not entirely unknown in medieval period, and the concepts such as priority of claims of creditors and commodities lending were established business practices. Now I will say something about the importance of banking. The banking sector is a lifeline of any modern economy. It is one of the important financial pillars of the financial sector, which plays a vital role in the functioning of an economy. It is very important for economic development of a country that its financing requirements of trade, industry, and agriculture are met with a higher degree of commitment and responsibility. Thus, the development of a country is integrally linked with the development of banking. In modern economy, banks are to be considered not as dealers in money, but as leaders of development. They play an important role in the mobilization of deposits and disbursement of credit to various sectors of the economy. The banking system reflects the economic health of the country. The strength of an economy depends on the strength and efficiency of financial system, which in turn depends on sound and solvent banking system. A sound banking system efficiently mobilized savings in productive sectors, and a solvent banking system ensures that bank is capable of meeting its obligation to its depositors, which I found in abundance in Karnataka banks. Now we will go to the core point, namely constitutional framework, values, and philosophy. I used to wish this platform to talk about our great nation's constitutional framework and the role of banks in helping achieve the aspirations and ideals that our nation's founding fathers have set for us in the Constitution of India. While some people may believe that a constitution is merely a collection of laws which have nothing to do with societal values and philosophies, our laws and our constitution are closely connected to our nation's deeply held values. For example, Article 14 of the Constitution of India, which prohibits discrimination against persons on the grounds such as language or religion, is not merely postulation of a law, but a reflection of our nation's deep belief in a precious idea of equality. Such a prescription exists in the Constitution since we as a nation value equality. Therefore, there is a clear connection between laws and societal values and the goals that a nation set for itself, including through the words of its Constitution. Keeping that in mind, it would be fruitful to identify the values, goals, and philosophy embedded in our Constitution to try and assess what role the makers of our Constitution may have envisaged for our country's banks in furthering the objects of the Constitution. It is hard to describe this philosophy of a document as vast and all-encompassing as the Indian Constitution. It resists any single label because it is liberal, democratic, egalitarian, secular, and federal, open to community values, sensitive to the needs of religious and linguistic minorities, as well as historically disadvantaged groups, and committed to building a common national identity. The principles of human dignity and equality in the Constitution have been enshrined in the provision of some fundamental rights to all Indians, and the promise of ushering in conditions in which these rights can be effective. By assuring these basic conditions of dignified human existence with a framework of rights protected by a democratic government working within the framework of the rule of law, the Constitution transformed the status of the people of India. Thus, in a sea change from the conditions that prevailed prior to independence, Indians were no longer colonial subjects, and as citizens of India were free and equal members of a sovereign nation, and a large majority of Indians who were deprived of dignified human existence within oppressive caste and feudal structures became for the first time equal citizens of our great nation. It is frequently claimed that the preamble, fundamental rights, and directive principles contained in the Constitution embody the values of freedom, equality, and economic and social justice, which are necessary for the effective exercise of rights. In the preamble of the Constitution, for instance, the people of India give to themselves the Constitution and make a solemn declaration to secure to all its citizens justice, liberty, and equality and fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual. As we will discuss later, the banking system of our nation has a pivotal role to play in assuring the dignity of each individual and helping each person realize their fundamental rights guaranteed by the Constitution to their fullest extent. While I do not wish to burden this gathering with a lecture on constitutional law, I feel that a brief reference to three elements of our Constitution would be useful to lay out the role that a bank may play in following constitutional philosophy and value and in achieving our constitutional goal of assuring dignity of individual for all. These three elements are fundamental rights, fundamental duties which everybody has forgotten, and directive principles of state policy. Everybody fights for fundamental rights. Everybody has forgotten fundamental duties. Briefly, let us address fundamental rights, very brief. The incorporation of a formal declaration of fundamental rights in Part 3 of the Constitution is deemed to be a distinguishing feature of a democratic state. These rights impose limitations on the powers of the state. The state cannot take away or abridge these fundamental rights of the citizen guaranteed by the Constitution. If it passes such a law, it may be declared as unconstitutional by the courts. Besides declaring the fundamental rights, the Constitution provided a machinery to enforce them. These fundamental rights include right to equality, Article 14 to 18, all of you know. Right to freedom, 19 to 22. Right to equality, right against exploitation, 23 and 24. Right to freedom of religion, 25 to 28. Nowadays we discuss a lot, especially in these two districts. Cultural and educational rights, 29 and 30. Right to constitutional remedies, Article 32. Article 32 is the heart of the Constitution actually. Article 32. Any person aggrieved by violation of these rights can directly seek redressal and relief from the Supreme Court. Second, there is a corresponding provision for fundamental duties in our Constitution. The Constitution 42nd Amendment, Act 1976, introduced a code of 10 fundamental duties for Indian citizens. The fundamental duties are intended to serve as a constant reminder to every citizen that while the Constitution has specifically conferred them with fundamental right, it also requires the citizens to observe certain basic norms of democratic conduct and democratic behavior. While these duties cannot be judicially enforced, they remind each citizen of the value system of the Constitution and what they need to do realize its object and abide by its philosophy. One such fundamental duty, which would be relevant for all social and commercial enterprises in our country, is that prescribed in Article 51A(j), including the banks, which states that all citizens shall strive towards excellence in all spheres of individual and collective activity, so that the nation constantly rises to higher level of endeavor and achievement. 51A(j). Now, the final element of the Constitution, which may well be most relevant for our present discussion, are directive principles of the state policy. The directive principles of the state policy contained in Part 4 of the Constitution set out the aims and objectives to be taken up by the states in the governance of the country. Unlike the fundamental rights, these rights are not justiciable. You can't enforce it in the court of law. The idea of a welfare state envisaged in our Constitution can only be achieved if the states endeavor to implement them with a high sense of moral duty. The support to villages and rural economy called Grama Swaraj, one of the ideals of Mahatma Gandhi, could be found in directive principles of the state policy. Ideals which could not be guaranteed as enforceable rights were accommodated in this part after much deliberation in the Constituent Assembly. Article 43 of the Constitution provides that the state must endeavor to secure a living wage, a decent standard of living, and social and cultural opportunities for all workers. Similarly, Article 38 provides that the state must promote the welfare of the people by securing a social order through justice, social, economic, and political, and shall minimize inequalities in income, status, facilities, and opportunities. It is these goals set out by the Constitution for the state which can be contributed to by all banks and other financial institutions. Now, the role of the banks in furthering constitutional values and philosophy. Financial inclusion and access to credit is a key facet of any poverty alleviation strategy, and in line with directive principles of the state that we just discussed. The Indian state has endeavored to ensure that credit facilities are within the reach for more and more persons in our country. Notwithstanding the diverse development, state plans and programs to alleviate the poverty for decades, India is still home to a vast number of world's poor. Most of the poor live in rural areas and are engaged in agricultural activities or a variety of micro enterprises. The poor and the vulnerable to income fluctuations and hence are exposed to risk. Traditionally, the poor have been unable to access conventional credit and insurance markets to offset this risk. Earlier, most formal financial institutions did not serve the poor because of perceived high risk, high cost involved in the small transactions, perceived low profitability, and most importantly, inability to provide the physical collateral generally required for such institutions. According to a survey by Asian Development Bank, about 95% of some 180 million poor households in Asia still have little access to the institutional financial services. Most poor and low-income Indian households till very recently have continued to rely on meager self-finance or informal sources of finance. Providing efficient access to credit and other finance services to the poor is important for many reasons. First, efficient provision of savings, credit and insurance facility can enable the poor to smoothen their consumption, manage risks better, gradually build assets, develop micro enterprises, enhance income earning capacity, and generally enjoy an improved quality of life, which is a constitutional goal that we as a nation are bound to strive towards. Second, provision of finance services to the poor can also contribute to improvement of resource allocation, development of financial markets and system, and ultimately economic growth and development of our entire nation, another fundamental objective underlining the Constitution of India. Third, with the improved access to institutional finance, the poor can actively participate in and benefit from development opportunities, thus helping them realize their fundamental rights to the fullest extent possible. I am happy to note that, aided with the efforts of great social-minded financial institutions such as Karnataka Bank, there are signs that significant progress has been made in India on this front. Actually, MD sir was telling me, Karnataka Bank is the first bank which went to the remote villages and opened the banks in how many years back? About 25, 50 years back. More than that. With the passage of time, more and more households in India have gained access to institutional sources of credit as per data sources maintained by the Ministry of Statistics and program implementation. Their data shows that in the last few years, the enhanced institutional credit has led to a decrease of usury, a common practice in rural India, in which poor households are charged exorbitant interest rates on loans they get from traditional money lenders. According to this data, institutional credit now amounts to about 66% of the total outstanding credit in rural areas, the highest since independence. In sharp contrast, nearly 5 decades ago in the year 1971, institutional credit was available to hardly 29% of the households in Indian rural areas, in India's rural areas. However, the data notes that this change has not occurred uniformly everywhere. In certain states, non-institutional creditors still dominate the lending business, but the trend is shifting downwards there too. As per the data in 2018, non-institutional financiers, mostly professional money lenders, accounted for 34% of the total credit in rural India. But in the states like Andhra Pradesh, Telangana and Bihar, they still accounted for more than 50% of the total outstanding loans, which is not a healthy, which is not good for the health of the society. Even in Jharkhand, it is 40.6%, Odisha, 40.8%, Rajasthan, 46.6%, Uttar Pradesh, 37.2%, Madhya Pradesh, 34.4%. Non-institutional lending was a bit higher than the national average of 34% in rural areas. The data shows that in the last decade, informal money lenders have lost out to commercial banks. In 2012, traditional money lenders and agriculture lenders accounted for 33% of the total rural credit. By 2018, their share had come down to just 22%. This figure includes lending by both professional and agricultural lenders. Traditional money lenders, or they are called generally sahukars, have existed in Indian villages for centuries. They charge usurious amount of interest that often puts the debtor into a debt trap. According to All India Rural Credit Survey conducted by the Reserve Bank of India in 1951, these usurious money lenders accounted for about 70% of the total rural credit at the time. The mere convenience of low or no collateral and availability made these lenders accessible to poorest households in rural India, and they face no competition from organized banking even decade after India's independence. Until 1971, non-institutional credit accounted for over 70% of the rural India's debt, which fell to 38% by 1981 as effects of 1969 nationalization, you know. The data shows that credit by banks, which did not account for even a percent of rural India's credit in 1951, have recorded a great jump. As of 2018, about 42% of the rural India's credit was channelized through banks, up from 25% in 2012. While public sector banks have been at the forefront of providing credit to rural areas, private banks have played their role thanks to increased financial literacy. Over a period of time, ever since people have started receiving subsidies directly in their accounts, transparency in transaction has brought millions of account holders on paper. Direct transfer of sale proceeds to farmers' bank account and increase in use of ATM cards has put their financial transaction on record, which I am given to understand has reduced the hurdles farmers used to face while accessing credit from a bank. The fall of traditional money lenders has actually benefited people from the lowest stratum of the economy. Data shows that the shift from professional money lenders to commercial banks was the highest among the bottom 30% asset holding classes. For example, in June 2012, according to the data, for every rupees 1,000 that was loaned to a poorest 30%, over 500 had come just from money lenders. This figure in 2019 has become half, as they were the source of credit only 277 for rupees 1,000 loaned to this particular demographic. This is primarily because institutional sources of credit have become more accessible in these areas, the survey states. For the past few decades, credit and finance services in India have developed greatly both in terms of size and quality. Empirical studies show that provision of finance services to the poor has significantly contributed to poverty reduction in diverse ways. Most importantly, microfinance activity prove that poor households can and do save rather than borrow, and it is possible to successfully mobilize funds from the poor households. Another important fact is that, contrary to expectation, the poor are credit-worthy and financial services can be provided to the poor on a profitable basis at low transaction costs without having to rely on physical collateral. Finally, microfinance services contribute to the development of rural financial markets and to strengthening the social and human capital of the poor. Notwithstanding all these remarkable achievements in providing finance to the poor, there are many problems that are yet to be resolved. First, the policy environment is still not entirely favorable to the sustainable growth of microfinance. In particular, interest rate ceilings and subsidized credit tend to limit the ability of banks and other financial institutions to provide service to the poor. Inadequate financial infrastructure is another major problem in the poor regions of our country. Financial infrastructure includes legal information and regulatory and supervision system. In addition, banks and other financial institutions are striving to achieve adequate capacity to expand the scope and outreach of their services on sustainable basis to potential clients in poor regions. Specifically, these institutions still lack the ability of leverage funds, provide services compatible with poor households characteristics, adequate network and delivery mechanisms, and so forth. There is no question about the fact that any bank which wishes to grow its operations and business exponentially and in line with constitutional philosophy of aiding poorest section of our society must move to the hinterlands of our nation to to replace usurious and predatory moneylenders and aid the growth of our fellow countrymen there. The importance of effective financial intermediation in poverty reduction and economic growth and realizing the constitutional objectives is crystal clear. In the light of large number of citizens still living in abject poverty in our country, people finding innovative ways to provide financial services to the poor so that they can improve their productive capacity and quality of life remains an urgent task which all of us are mandated by the spirit of our constitution to contribute towards. I am convinced that Karnataka Bank has played its role in achieving this constitutional goal with zeal and perseverance over the years, making the bank an integral part of the community. On the occasion of the bank's Founders Day, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the management and the staff for their contribution to the community and encourage them to continue to make credit and other financial services to even a larger number of our brothers and sisters who are still suffering from the evil of poverty. I wish the bank continued success in this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Sir, when we fight for our fundamental rights, surely we will not forget to fulfill our fundamental duties also. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful, enlightening, and a thought-provoking Founders' Day lecture. I assure you that your words will remain fresh in our mind and hearts for many, many years to come. Every human venture can be called successful when it makes a difference to the common man. Corporate social responsibility, CSR, is one of the most important business ethics for Karnataka Bank. We at KBL strongly believe in the vision and values set forth by our founding fathers. We are extremely happy to announce on this momentous occasion some of our new CSR initiatives. The representatives of the concerned beneficiary organizations are with us today. As I announce their names, I request them to come down to the stage and collect the bank's commitment letter of financial assistance or demand draft, as the case may be, towards the chosen initiatives from the dignitaries on the days. May I please call onto the stage Dr. Padmanabha Kamath, Managing Trustee, Cardiology at Doorsteps Foundation Trust, Mangalore, to collect the bank sanction letter of financial assistance of rupees 11,50,000 for providing 50 units of electrocardiograph machines, that is ECG machines, to Udupi Grama Panchayat centers and sub-centers. CAT distributes ECG machines to government hospitals and primary healthcare centers in rural and urban areas. Cardiology at Doorstep Foundation Trust, founded by Dr. Padmanabh Kamath, has been instrumental in supplying ECG machines to Jan Aushadhi centers of 6 districts, including Udupi, Dakshin Kannada, and Chikmagalur district. More than 100 heart attack complications were averted through the strategic intervention of the ECG at Jan Aushadhi centers. The initiative was recently lauded by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi for transforming the lives of rural population. Thank you, sirs. May I now please call on the stage Shri Ramana Annavarapu, Board Member, Impact from Gurugram, Haryana, to collect the bank sanction letter of financial assistance of rupees 23 lakhs sanctioned in the financial year 21-22 for the Girl Child Education Project. Bank up to this date has contributed a total sum of rupees 67 lakhs since 2018-19 for this project, for educating more than 600 school dropout girl children through the model of 20 learning centers established at Karauli district, Rajasthan. Impact Girl Child Education Project was started by the alumni of IIM Ahmedabad in 1978 batch. Under this project, Impact provides education to girl children who have dropped out of schools through learning centers established in the 11 states across the country. Thank you, sirs. May I now please call on the stage Sri Shivaram Pakkala, trustee of Aila Sri Durga Parameshwari Temple, Kasaragod district, Kerala, to collect the demand drafts of rupees 6,78,000 for installing eco-friendly solar power-based energy solutions at Aila Sri Durga Parameshwari Temple. This renewable energy system not only provides round-the-clock lighting facility to the temple, besides reducing carbon footprint, but also helps in significant reduction of electricity expenditure. Thank you, sirs. We at KBL are really fortunate to have the guidance and the support of our new chairman, Shri P. Pradeep Kumar, with his vast knowledge, national and international banking experience, and innovative ideas, is ready to guide our bank to the new heights. Dear sir, over to you for your first presidential address on the occasion of the Founders' Day.
Mantirala Namaskara. Good evening. Distinguished chief guest of today's function, Honorable Justice Abdul Nazir, Madam Samira Abdul Nazir, Honorable Justice A.V. Chandrasekhar, my fellow director of the board, all my fellow directors, Sri Mahabaleshwara, MD&C of the bank, Mr. Jairam Bhatt, immediate past chairman of the bank, former directors, fellow bankers, distinguished invitees, customers, shareholders, colleagues, retired colleagues, other stakeholders, members of the print and media, very good evening to all of you. It's a great honor for me to stand in your midst today for the first time after assuming charge as chairman of this bank on the occasion of the 98th Founders' Day of the bank. I am overwhelmed by today's turnout from all our stakeholders, customers, who come here in large numbers physically despite the scare of the pandemic. In addition, there's a large number have joined virtually to participate in today's celebration. My personal thanks to all of you who have made it convenient to be with us on this joyous occasion of Founders' Day. Today we had the honor and privilege of listening to an erudite Supreme Court judge. For me, this is only the second time I've had the privilege to listen to a sitting Supreme Court judge. About a quarter century back, I had listened to Chief Justice A.S. Anand, the then Chief Justice at the National Law School, I think somewhere in 97, 98, National Law School, Bangalore. Of course, I'm also delighted to learn that Honorable Justice Abdul Nazir and Madam Samira Abdul Nazir have a Karkala connection. I was also born in Karkala. Justice Abdul Nazir has been advocating the Indianization of our judicial system, which is riddled with colonial baggage for quite some time now. To quote him, to achieve our constitutional goals, we must give due regard to the ancient legal practices. The role of the Indian judiciary cannot be isolated from the social objectives of the nation, unquote. I only hope that any change that quickens the delivery of justice would be welcome. And as bankers, we only hope we can recover our debts more expeditiously and redeploy our capital for greater productive use. Today, Honorable Justice Abdul Nazir gave an insight on constitutional philosophy and banking. He discussed about three elements of our constitution: fundamental rights, fundamental duties, and directive principles of state policy. India is perhaps one of the very few large economies where the banking regulator RBI has laid down policy prescriptions regarding flow of credit to various sectors in the economy like agriculture, MSME, weaker section, as also the opening of branches in rural areas. I would like to assure the Honorable Judge and all those assembled here that the Karnataka Bank follows in letter and spirit the constitutional philosophy. We have more than 46% of our branches in rural and semi-urban areas where perhaps majority of the lower income households are located. banks lending to priority sector constituted more than 53% of net bank credit as against the RBI norm of 40%. I am sure this is one of the highest in the banking industry for universal banks. In addition to lending to the weaker section directly, we also lend to them indirectly by funding microfinance institutions who do onward lending to the deprived sections of the society. As mentioned by your honorable self, sir, I assure you on behalf of the bank that we will continue to make credit and other financial services to an even larger number of people from the downtrodden sections of the society. The last 2 years have been very difficult for the banking industry due to the pandemic sweeping across the world. Bank being a high contact industry, our staff were exposed to the virus. We lost 17 of our colleagues to the deadly virus. I convey my condolences to the bereaved family members and pray for Sadgati of their souls. I also convey my sincere appreciation to all the staff members of the KBL family who have ensured uninterrupted service to our customers despite the difficulties of the pandemic. Our MD and CEO, Mr. Mahabaleshwar, has detailed the bank's achievement in his opening remarks. I don't want to repeat that. While the bank is reasonably doing well, you are well aware that the economy is recovering from the adverse impact of the pandemic. I only hope that with the current wave receding, the economy slowly and surely getting back on its feet, it will provide many opportunities for the bank to grow its business profitably, thereby creating value for all our stakeholders. You are all aware that the government has declared its intent to privatize to public sector bank, disinvest its stake in IDBI. RBI has also announced on-tap licenses to both Universal and Small Finance Bank. Consequently, competition both for business and capital will intensify in the foreseeable future. I was reading a book, Bank 4.0, written by Brett King. Of course, he has written earlier version, Bank 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. He's written this book 4.0. He defines Bank 4.0 as banking everywhere, never at a bank. While never at a bank may not happen in the near future, especially in our country, as a bank, we are moving steadily towards Bank 4.0 as envisaged in the book. The move to Bank 4.0 is punctuated with significant shifts in consumer behavior, emergence of major non-bank competitors generally known as fintechs. We are aware that to survive this transition over the next decade or so, we can do so by rebuilding our core delivery capability, evolving our team, and by changing faster than we would have ever imagined possible. As Mr. Mahabaleshwar already remarked, with the objective of taking the digital initiative to the next level, the bank has launched the Project KBL Next under Wave 2 of KBL Vikas to emerge as the digital bank of the future. We have set up a digital center of excellence in Bangalore and in the process of setting an analytics center of excellence as well. We are re-envisioning our lending model to MSMEs. They are tying up with fintechs and NBFC for co-lending opportunities, which we believe will be a more cost-effective model. The bank has set up a subsidiary, KBL Services Limited, to improve substantially our feet on street and also for optimizing cost. We are also strengthening our human resources continuously to ensure that have the necessary skill sets to handle the new digital world, and where necessary skill sets are not available internally, hiring them laterally. I am confident by the time we celebrate the centenary year of the bank would be a digital bank of the future. I take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Mahabaleshwar and his team for getting the ISO certification for its QMS activities associated with the risk management processes and practices, as also achieving the milestone of issuing 1 lakh credit cards in association with SB, and a decent distance between the board and management, which I believe has contributed to the robustness of the bank. The shareholders of the bank at the last AGM has given us an approval for raising capital through the qualified institutional placement mode. We are currently in discussion with merchant bankers and investors to raise capital at the appropriate time. All of you know that the bank will be celebrating its centenary years after 2 years, as mentioned by the MD, a centenary building is contemplated to be built in this very compound. At this juncture, we remember our founding fathers who by their commitment, dedication, vision, started this bank way back in 1924. May I, on behalf of every staff of this bank, assure all our stakeholders that all of us will put our best foot forward to take this bank forward and achieve greater heights and thereby creating greater value for all our stakeholders. I am grateful to all our stakeholders, valued customers, shareholders, investors for their continued support and patronage. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring presidential address on this momentous occasion. Let us be grateful to the people who make us happy. They are the charming gardeners who make our souls blossom. May I now request our Chief Business Officer, Shri Gokuldas Pai, to propose the vote of thanks.
Distinguished guest of the day, Honorable Mr. Justice S. Abdul Nazir sir, Judge of Supreme Court of India, Madam Samira Abdul Nazir, esteemed Chairman of the Bank, Sri P. Pradeep Kumarji, beloved Managing Director and CEO of the Bank, Sri Mahabaleshwara MS, respected members of the Board of Directors of the Bank, all the distinguished invitees and well-wishers of Karnataka Bank who are present here and also attending virtually through IT-enabled services. My dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to all. It is one of the wonderful evenings where we have the gracious presence of representatives of two of the three pillars of our democracy in this auditorium, the executives and the judiciary. We miss the presence of representatives of the third pillar of the democracy due to the ongoing assembly session of Government of Karnataka. Nevertheless, some of them are also here. So what a great day for Karnataka Bank and the city of Mangalore. Further, our chief guest delivered a lecture on constitutional philosophy and banking. I am sure the founders of the bank who have established our bank with the philosophy of achieving financial independence and serving the people of this country are very happy and are blessing us from wherever they are. On this momentous occasion of 98 years of purposeful existence, as we march confidently towards our centenary year, I deem it fit, a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks. It is said, gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others. 98 years ago, our founders had but one vision: to create a bank which is distinctive and committed to the common man. And that's exactly what we have become, a distinctive and high-tech bank offering state-of-art banking products to suit the requirements of all the classes of customers. Today, our bank, the dear Karnataka Bank, is known as a bank with a modern outlook embedded with traditional values, a first-generation bank with a new generation technologies and keeping in mind the next generation, a customer-centric yet tech-savvy bank. I pay gratitude and bow my head in reverence to our founding fathers, whom we are seeing physically through their photographs here. virtually amongst the stars above and emotionally in our heart and mind. Dear founders, our heartfelt gratitude to all of you from all of us who have assembled here and celebrating this Founders Day. On this occasion, I also remember the Doyen of our bank, late Sri K. Sunanan Adiga, who has guided our bank for nearly 45 years in the last 98 years. We seek your blessings from wherever you are and our pranams to you. I would like to express my profound gratitude to Mr. Justice S. Abdul Nazir for his gracious presence and for delivering Founders Day lecture. Sir, Karnataka Bank is honored to have you with us on this very special occasion. We are extremely impressed by your simplicity and humility, the depth, the clarity, strength, and truth in your words. Sir, you spoke on constitutional philosophy and banking. You told about origin of banking, constitution, law and societal value, equality, liberty. Three elements of constitution, fundamental rights which all of us demand, and fundamental duties which we tend to forget, and directive principles of state policies. Financial inclusion, poverty alleviation, institutional credit, and financial literacy. Today's Founders Day lecture will remain green in our minds for many more years. Sir, you have taken Karnataka Bank's Founders Day lecture to the new high. Thank you for accepting our invitation and sparing your invaluable time with us and delivering Founders Day lecture. Thank you very much, sir. I also thank Madam Samira Abdul Nazir for being present here and grace the occasion. Thank you, madam. My heartfelt thanks to our esteemed chairman, Sri P. Pradeep Kumar, for presiding over today's function. As you all know, Sri Pradeep Kumar is a veteran banker, bringing with him a wealth of experience from his nearly 4 decades of services and experience at the largest bank of the bank, SBI. Our bank is very fortunate to have him at the helm of affairs as chairman. So thank you very much for your gracious presence and impeccable presidential address. Thank you, sir. Our beloved Managing Director and CEO, Sri Mahabaleshwar MS, who has taken over the reins of the bank in the year 2017, is a visionary, a man of hard work and conviction. He is assertive in his decision making and determined in accomplishing the goals he has set. Under his dynamic leadership and vision, the bank is moving towards becoming the digital bank of future and has also won several prestigious excellence awards in all the fields. Thank you very much, sir, for your guidance and gracious presence, and thank you very much. We have a vibrant board, and each of our board members are luminaries in their respective fields of specialization. Our board of directors have been providing excellent corporate governance and effectively strategizing the activities of the bank. My deep respect and thanks to each one of them for sharing their evening with us. Thank you very much to all of you. A special thank you to the spouses of the board members who have taken time out to be with us this evening. Thank you. Special thanks to Justice A.V. Chandrasekhar, our director on the board, who is instrumental in the success of today's celebration. Thank you very much, sir. I thank our ever-smiling former chairman, Sri P. Jairam Bhatt, for being with us here today and gracing the occasion. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I thank Srimati Shubha Jairam Bhatt, Srimati Annapurna Mahabaleshwar for their gracious presence. Thank you, madams. I also recognize the presence of our former directors on the board, Sri S.V. Manjunath. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Today, the most precious, scarce, and luxurious commodity in the world is not money, not gold, not diamond, not platinum, but it is told it is the time. The advent of technology has still squeezed the time, our time, and there is a saying, take time to live. We are finding or struggling to find time in spite of busy schedules. Many of the top executives of many of our channel partners, they have taken time out and they are present here. I want to place on record the presence of a number of dignitaries for this, who have attended this event, and thank them for the same. To name a few of them, we have Shri Tapan Singhel, MD and CEO of Bajaj Allianz and Insurance Company; Sri Ashish Kumar Srivastava, MD and CEO of PNB MetLife Insurance Company Limited; Sri Parag Raja, MD and CEO of Bharati AXA Life Insurance Limited; Sri Sharad Mathurji, MD and CEO of Universal Super General Insurance Company; Sri Anurag Nigam, MD, Asia Pacific FIS; Mr. Subramanya SV, CEO of Fisdom; Mr. A.S. Narayanan, CEO of ReachCon, our insurance platform partner; Mr. Shashibhushan, MD of Way2 Wealth, and representatives from SBI Cards, controllers, and many other business. Thank you all for taking your valuable time and gracing this occasion. I also thank our central statutory auditors, Messrs. Kalyaniwala and Mistry, Chartered Accountants Mumbai; Messrs. Sundaram and Srinivasan, Chartered Accountants from Chennai; our legal advisors, Sri M.V. Shankar Bhatt, and all our business associates for their kind presence, either physically or virtually. Our heartfelt gratitude and thanks to Dr. Rajendra KV, IAS, Deputy Commissioner of Dakshina Kannada District, and his entire team for their presence and support. My heartfelt gratitude and thanks to Mr. N. Shashikumar, IPS, Commissioner of Police, and his entire team for their presence and support. I also thank Sri Premanand Shetty, Mayor of Mangalore; Sri Rishikesh B. Sonevana, IPS, Superintendent of Police; Dr. Kumar, CEO, Jilla Panchayat, Dakshina Kannada; Sri Akshay Sridhar, IAS, Commissioner of City Municipal Corporation, Mangalore; Dr. Mohan Alva, Alva Education Foundation; Sri Pradeep Kumar Kalpura, former President, Dakshina Kannada Jilla Sahitya Parishad; Sri M.B. Puranik, Chairman, Sarada Vidyalaya; Captain Ganesh Karnigji; Sri Kalladka Prabhakar Bhatt, Chairman of Sri Rama Vidya Kendra; G. Shankar, and many other luminaries. I thank you for being present here today and grace the occasion. Large number of our customers and well-wishers from all parts of the country, like Amritsar, Ludhiana, Jalandhar, Mumbai, Pune, Kolhapur, Bangalore, Chennai, Namakkal, Nagpur, Delhi, Udupi and Mangalore, and many other places have graced the occasion, and our sincere thanks and gratitude to all of you. I am grateful to the General Secretaries, Presidents, and the office bearers of the Karnataka Bank Organization, Bank Officers Organization, and All India Karnataka Bank Employees Association for their active involvement, wholehearted support, and gracious presence. Thank you, dear comrades. I thank Professor A.V. Navada, former Registrar of Hampi University, for his gracious presence and guiding us. Thank you, sir. Our sincere thanks to the members of Bar Association of Mangalore and Udupi for their gracious presence on this occasion. My heartfelt thanks to all our well-wishers who have sent us messages of goodwill in view of their inability to attend today's function in person. A special and heartfelt thanks to all those of you who have joined us virtually for this program and contributed to its success. Your virtual presence means a lot for us. I also recognize the presence of Sri Swami Viveka Chaitanyananda of Ramakrishna Tapovana Palali for your presence and attending this celebration, sir. A big thank you to all our shareholders, customers, well-wishers, and all the stakeholders for your presence and support. My sincere thanks to the print and electronic media covering today's event. In fact, Namma Kudla and Namma TV is telecasting this program live, and All India Radio is broadcasting it live too. We also have the gracious presence of the dear chartered accountant of Mangalore, Sri S.S. Nayak, in this celebration. A big thank you for you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, an event like this requires a lot of meticulous planning and coordination. We had a very efficient and sincere team working behind the scenes, leaving no stone unturned to see to it that today's event turned out to be a happening one. A big thank you to the organizing team and the volunteers without whom this grand celebration would not have been possible. Thank you very much to you. Special thanks to all my executive colleagues and all the members of the Karnataka Bank family for making this event a grand success. Finally, a big thank you to all who have helped us directly, indirectly, physically, and or virtually for the success of this 98th Founders Day celebration of our bank, the dear Karnataka Bank. Thank you all. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir, for your words of gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the first part of today's event. The Carnatic Flute Concert by Vidwan Heram and Hemant and their troupe will follow very shortly from now.
ಹಸಿರು ಹೊತ್ತು ಮಲಗಿರುವ ಊರುಗಳವು, ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಪರಿಸರ, ಸೊಂಪಾದ ಕಾಡು, ತಂಗಾಳಿಯ ಹಿತಾನುಭವ, ಜುಳುಜುಳು ನಿನಾದದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಹರಿಯುವ ನದಿ ತೊರೆಗಳು, ದೈನಂದಿನ ಬದುಕಿಗೆ ನೆಮ್ಮದಿ ನೀಡುವ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆಗಳು ಆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳ ಸಿರಿವಂತಿಕೆಗೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು ಒಂದೇ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ: ಸೂರ್ಯ ಮುಳುಗುತ್ತಿದ್ದಂತೆ ಬೆಳಕಿಗಾಗಿ ಪರದಾಟ. ಬೆಳಕು ಕಾಣುವ ಕನಸು ಕನಸಾಗಿಯೇ ಉಳಿಯುತ್ತೇನೋ ಎಂಬ ನೋವಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ಆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳ ಜನರು ಇದೀಗ ಬೆಳಕಿನ ಹೊಸ ಭಾಷ್ಯ ಬರೆದದ್ದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್. ತನ್ನ CSR ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಡಿ ಕೇವಲ ಬೆಳಕಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಜ್ಞಾನ ಜ್ಯೋತಿಯನ್ನು ಬೆಳಗಿಸಿದ ಹಿರಿಮೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನದ್ದು. ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳೂರು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಶೃಂಗೇರಿ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಅಡ್ಡಗದ್ದೆ ಎಂಬ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನ CSR ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಮೂಲಕ ಇದೀಗ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಬೆಳಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬದುಕಿನ ಹೊಸ ಮನ್ವಂತರವನ್ನ ಕಂಡುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಡ್ಡಗದ್ದೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಸಹಕಾರದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ 34,58,400 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ವೆಚ್ಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿನ 541 ಬಡ ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಬೆಳಗಿಸಿದೆ. ಈ ವರ್ಷವೂ ಅಡ್ಡಗದ್ದೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಸಮಿತಿ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಕೈಜೋಡಿಸಿದ್ದು ಮನೆ, ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ, ಶಾಲೆಗಳು ಸೇರಿ ಇನ್ನೂ 352 ಫಲಾನುಭವಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಲೈಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಸಲು 18,52,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿಗಳನ್ನು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳಿಸಿದೆ.
ಇದು ಮಲೆನಾಡ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ತುಂಬಾ ಕರೆಂಟಿನ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಬರ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಸ್ಮಾರ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ತುಂಬಾ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲೇ ಹೋಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಮಯನೂ ವ್ಯರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಈಗ ಸೋಲಾರ್ನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಸಮಯ ವ್ಯರ್ಥವಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದನ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ.
ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳೂರು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಶೃಂಗೇರಿ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಪ್ರೌಢಶಾಲೆ ತೊರಹೆಡ್ಲು ಇದು. ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಇನ್ವರ್ಟರ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಸಹಕಾರದೊಂದಿಗೆ ರೂಪಿತಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಅನುಕೂಲಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಕಲಿಕೆಗೆ, ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಪ್ರಗತಿಗೆ, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕವಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಸಹಿತ ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿ ಇದರ ಸಹಕಾರ ಆಗಿದೆ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ನಮ್ಗೆ ಈ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಹಾಕೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಂಟಿಂದೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಈ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ 70% ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರಿಂದನೇ ಅದು ಕಾರಣ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು ಮಲೆನಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಲೈನ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಪವರ್ ಲೈನ್ಗಳು. ಮಳೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಡು ಮರಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿದ್ದು ಕಂಬಗಳು ಬಿದ್ದು ಹೋಗೋದು, ವೈರ್ ಬಿದ್ದೋಗಿರೋದು, ಇದನ್ನು ರಿಪೇರಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ದೇ ವಾರ 10-15 ದಿವಸ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಸೌಕರ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಬಹಳ ಪರದಾಡೋ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿತ್ತು. ಇದನ್ನು ಮನಗಂಡು ಇದರಿಂದ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಓದೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಂದರೆ, ವೃದ್ಧರಿಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ, ಮನೇಲಿ ಬೆಳಕೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಸೀಮೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು, ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಸೀಮೆಣ್ಣೆನೂ ಲಭ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲದ ಕಾರಣ ಆಯಿತು. ಇದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಮೊದಲು ಅಡ್ಡಗದ್ದೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾವನೆ 2016ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದೆ.
ಹಾಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು ಅಡ್ಗದ್ದೆ ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವುದರಿಂದ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರು, ನಮಗೆ ಈ ಪವರ್ ಸಪ್ಲೈಯಿಂದ ತುಂಬ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಮಳೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ರಾತ್ರಿ ಓದೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಈಗ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಮಳೆಗಾಲದ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲೂ ನಾವು ತುಂಬ ಆರಾಮ್ಸೆ ಓದ್ಬೋದು, ತುಂಬ ಸಹಾಯ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಅಡ್ಗದ್ದೆ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಸಮಿತಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಇವತ್ತು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ 42,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಒಂದು ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಉಳಿತಾಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಹಣದ ಉಳಿತಾಯ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಕೇವಲ ಮನೆ, ಶಾಲೆ, ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳಲ್ಲದೆ ರಸ್ತೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಸುಗಮ ಸಂಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಕಾರಿಯಾಗಲು ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಬೀದಿ ದೀಪಗಳನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಸಿ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಸೈ ಎನಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ.
ಇಡೀ ಕಳಸಪೇಟೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕರೆಂಟನ್ನು ರಾತ್ರಿ ತೆಗಿತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ತುಂಬ ಇದು ಕಳಸ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರವಾಗಿದ್ದು ತುಂಬ ಉತ್ಸವಾದಿಗಳಾಗೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಮೇನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಲೈಟು ಇರ್ತಾನೆ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ತುಂಬ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಕಳಸಪೇಟೆಗೆ ಫುಲ್ ಪೇಟೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಲೈಟನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂತಹ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಉಪಯುಕ್ತ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ವಿಷಯ ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಫಸ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಮೇನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ರೋಡಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಡೀ ಊರಿಗೂ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಜನಾಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪುನಃ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಇಡೀ ಊರಿಗಾಗುವಷ್ಟು 67 ಲೈಟು, ಒಂದು 15,07,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿನಷ್ಟು ಮೊತ್ತದ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟನ್ನು ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಸ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ರು. ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಯವ್ರು ಲೈಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ದೇ ಇದ್ರೂ ಇಡೀ ಕಳಸಪೇಟೆಗೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಲೈಟಿನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದು ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಲಕ್ಷ ಉಳಿತಾಯ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಯೋಜನೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇಂತಹ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಕಳಸ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ರೋಟರಿ ಕ್ಲಬ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಮಹಾಬಲೇಶ್ವರ ಭಟ್ರು ಮತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ವರ್ಗದವರು ಹಾಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೇಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ರೋಟರಿ ಕ್ಲಬ್ ಪರವಾಗಿಯೂ ನನ್ನ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದಂಥ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ. ಕೇವಲ ವ್ಯಾವಹಾರಿಕಕ್ಕೆ ಸೀಮಿತ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳದೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಧುರವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾನವೀಯ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು, ಮಾನವೀಯ ಸಂಬಂಧಗಳನ್ನು, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಕಳಕಳಿಯನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ವಿಶಾಲವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಚಾರದ ಧಾರೆಯನ್ನು ಗಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ವ್ಯವಹಾರವನ್ನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಉತ್ತಮವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಗ್ರಾಹಕನ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಾನೂನಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿನ ನಿಯಮಾವಳಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗೊಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಆ ಮುಖಾಂತರವಾಗಿ ಗಳಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಲಾಭಾಂಶವನ್ನು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಅರ್ಪಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ, ಸಮಾಜದ ವಿವಿಧ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಪಣೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕು ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಆ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಬೆಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಮುಖಾಂತರವಾಗಿ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಏಳಿಗೆ ಆಗುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಭವಿಷ್ಯತ್ತಿನ ಉಜ್ವಲ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಪ್ತವಾಗಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಶುಭ ಹಾರೈಸ್ತೇವೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ.
ಕಳಸ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳೂರು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಮಲೆನಾಡು ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿಯಾದಂಥ ಮಳೆ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಇರೋದರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಯಗಳು ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಯದಿಂದಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ದಿನನಿತ್ಯದ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಲ್ಯಾಬ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಈ ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ತುಂಬ ಎದುರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಈ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಹಾರ ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಈ ವಿಷಯವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಚಾನಲನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಕೋರಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಮನ್ನಿಸಿ ಅವರು 4,97,000 ಮೌಲ್ಯದ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಕಟ್ಟಡಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕಾಗುವಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಮಾಣದ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಯೂನಿಟನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ಒದಗಿಸಿಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ಒದಗಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟ ನಂತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಬಳಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಾವಲಂಬನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಆಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ಕಟ್ಟಡಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕಾಗುವಷ್ಟು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ತನ್ನು ನಾವು ಈ ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಪ್ಯಾನಲಿಂದ ನಾವು ಉತ್ಪಾದಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದಿನನಿತ್ಯದ ಆಡಳಿತಾತ್ಮಕ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳು ಸುಗಮವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಶುಲ್ಕ ಕೂಡ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಈಗ ನಾವು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಶುಲ್ಕವನ್ನು ಪಾವತಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಇವರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಬೋಧಕ ಮತ್ತು ಬೋಧಕೇತರ ವರ್ಗದವರ ಪರವಾಗಿ, ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದವನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ.
ತೋಟದೂರು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯ ಕಡೆಕುಡಿಕೆ ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ 11 ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಬೀದಿ ದೀಪಗಳನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಸಿದೆ. ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ 3,80,600 ರೂಪಾಯಿಗಳನ್ನು ವ್ಯಯಿಸಿದೆ. 2017 ರಿಂದ 18ರಲ್ಲಿ ತೋಟದೂರು ಮತ್ತು ಕಳಸ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯ ಬಾಳೆಹೊಳೆ, ಸೆಂಧುಳ್ಳಿ, ಮೋರೆಗಂಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 6,77,350 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ವೆಚ್ಚದಲ್ಲಿ 19 ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಬೀದಿ ದೀಪಗಳನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. 2018 ರಿಂದ 19ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಸ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯ ಓನಿಗಂಡಿ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ 5,46,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ವೆಚ್ಚದಲ್ಲಿ 19 ಬೀದಿ ದೀಪಗಳನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ.
ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ. ಮೊದಲು ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ ಹೊತ್ತಿಸ್ತಿದ್ವಿ, ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಅಂಗಡಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿ ಬರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಅಂಗಡಿ ಸಹ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದೂರದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಂಟು, ಆಗ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಓದ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಚಂದ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಓದ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ರಾತ್ರಿ ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಚಂದ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಬಾತ್ರೂಮಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ದೀಪ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ರು 3 ಲೀಟರ್ ಸೀಮೆಣ್ಣೆ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದು ನಮಗೂ ಸಾಕಾಗ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ದೀಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಓದಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಜೋರ ಗಾಳಿ ಬಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೂ ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಕೆಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ತಿರ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಹಾಕಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ದೀಪ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿಲ್ಲ.
ಸೀಮೆಣ್ಣೆ ದೀಪ ಸಂದ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಬುಕ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸೀಮೆಣ್ಣೆ ಬಿದ್ದರೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ಕಿಗೆಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಲೈಟ್ ಇದ್ದು ತಂದ್ರೆ, ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಒಂದು ಲೈಟ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಓದ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಆಗಿ ಓದ್ಬೋದು.
electric auto rickshaw donated to Snehalaya Charitable Trust, Kasaragod, Kerala, which renders yeoman service to senior citizens, orphans and mentally challenged citizens. Ambulance donated to Hiriyangadi, Kuntalpadi, Hindu Rudrabhumi Abhiruddhi Trust, Udupi District. Bank undertook the renovation of the canteen building of the Office of Commissioner of Police, Mangalore. School bus donated to aided private higher primary school, Sulkeri, Beltangadi Taluk. School van donated to Government Model Higher Primary School, Karkada, Saligrama, Udupi District. School van donated to Karkada New Higher Primary School, Karkada. Bank supported in the construction of Vaidika Sabha Mandira of Bhattamani Shankaranarayana Temple, Gurmi. Bank sponsored an RO plant at Matoshri Tara Devi Rampure Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Kalaburgi, for providing safe drinking water facility to more than 600 students, as the borewell water has high salt content. Setting up of sewage treatment plant at SRN Mehta School, Kalaburgi. Estimated cost ₹15 lakh. Amount sanctioned ₹6 lakh. Installation of solar system at the degree college run by Nutan Vidyalaya Society, Kalaburgi. Amount sanctioned ₹6,40,864. Financial assistance to conduct 10 health camps for early detection of breast, oral and cervical cancer at Kalyan, Karnataka region through Indian Cancer Society. Dialysis center at Government Hospital, Balehonnuru. The cost of construction of the building of the new dialysis center at Government Hospital, Balehonnuru was fully sponsored by the bank. Poor patients from Balehonnuru, Jayapura and Koppa will greatly benefit from this initiative. UES Presidency Pre-University College, Hassan. Bank has sanctioned a sum of ₹22 lakhs for the construction of 2 classrooms of the proposed new school building of UES Pre-University College, Hassan, comprising total 8 classrooms. Katil Durga Parameshwari Temple. 2,50,000 was sanctioned to Sri Durga Parameshwari Temple, Katil, for the maintenance of Nandini and Kamadhenu Goshalas managed by the temple at Nadugodu village, where indigenous varieties of cattle are protected. Bank donated a 4-wheeler vehicle worth ₹4,95,658 to Govanitashraya Trust, Bijaguri, Pajir Village, Bantwal Taluk, Dakshina Kannada District, with the objective of promoting animal welfare, especially indigenous varieties of cattle. Bank has sponsored the entire project cost of ₹4,97,000 for setting up solar energy-based solutions at Government First Grade College, Kalasa. The project will ensure uninterrupted supply of power for the various activities of this college situated in a rural area. Bank has sanctioned a sum of ₹20 lakhs towards the installation of 130 kWp rooftop solar system at Sri Krishna Matha, Udupi. Bank also supported the installation of solar-powered smart class system at Sri Ramakrishna Aided High School, Harekala, Dakshina Kannada District. Financial assistance for the construction of school building of GSV School, Ganguli. 2 sets of school uniforms were provided to 160 poor students of Government Higher Primary School, Bajal Padpu, Dakshina Kannada District. Sri Durga Parameshwari Temple, Herga. Commitment not exceeding ₹10 lakh was given for the desilting of lake situated near Durga Parameshwari Temple, Herga. Dakshina Kannada Jilla Panchayat Government Higher Primary School, Parlatka. The renovation of Dakshina Kannada Jilla Panchayat Government Higher Primary School, Parlatka, was completed with the financial support of the bank. Painting of the school building of Government Higher Primary School, Kanchagodu, Kundapura, enabling a better ambience for learning for students at school. Construction of toilet block at Sri Mahalingeshwara Temple, Kamlakatta, Udupi District. The cost of installing a new drinking water purifier at Maharajaswamy Sri Varaha Temple, Maravante, Udupi District was fully sponsored by the bank. Amount sanctioned ₹55,000.
his guru, Gattam maestros Sri T.H. Vikku Vinayakram and Sri T.H. Subhash Chandran. Karthik has extensively performed with Indian film industry and collaborated with many international artists. He has a PhD in Sanskrit under the guidance of Dr. S. Ramaratnam and also a master's in music. He leads the Heartbeat Ensemble and is a prolific composer of many tillanas, kritis, varnams and fusion pieces. He is well known for his intelligent innovations and creative ventures, which has won the hearts and minds and thoughts of many musical enthusiasts, admirers, scholars all over the world. I am happy to share on this day that he is also the long-standing customer of our KBL Chennai West Mambalam branch. So he is closely associated with Karnataka Bank also. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to him. Vidwan Dr. Karthik. Once again, as we extend a warm welcome to all the artists, on behalf of all music lovers here, I request our MD and CEO, Sri Mahabaleshwara MS, to felicitate all the artists on the stage. All the music lovers here, you need to put your hands together as our MD and CEO felicitates all the artists on stage. A louder applause. Vidwan Patri Satish Kumar. Vidwan Dr. Karthik. He is also a KBL customer at Chennai. Thank you, sir, and thanks to all the artists for accepting our welcome. Where words leave off, music begins. So dear artists, this stage and this time is all yours now for some harmonious music. one kind request. We have a lot of vacant seats in the front, so it would be nice if all those who are seated at the back would kindly come in front and take their seats. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening to all of you who have gathered today for today's concert. It's indeed an absolute pleasure coming to Mangalore and performing for Karnataka Bank's 98th Founders Day celebrations. It is indeed our absolute privilege to have Sri Vittal Rangan on the violin, Sri Patri Satish Kumar sir on the madanga, and Sri Ghatam Karthik on the guitar. We will be commencing the concert with a Varnam set to Raga Kalyani, composition of Raktaveera Swami Pillai, Vanajakshiro, set to Aditala, which is a cycle of 8 beats. will be in the raga Andholika, a very popular composition of Saint Tyagaraja Swami. Raga Sudharasa Panamu Jese, set to Aditala.
Thank you.
That was Ninnuvina Namadendu. Again, a wonderful composition of Tyagaraja Swami in the raga Navarasa Kannada, and it was set to Rupakatala, which was a cycle of 3 beats. We would like to present few more songs before we take up the main composition for today's concert. We will continue with the composition in Raga Nasika Bhushani. That was the evergreen composition of Tyagaraja Swami in the raga Abheri. I don't need to tell the name of the composition. Such a masterpiece of the composer. The main composition for today's concert will be in the raga Kambhoji. A composition of Sri Muthuswami Dikshitar, set to Aditala, Marakata Vallim Manasa Smarami. we will continue with a composition of Kanakadasa in Ragamalika. When it's a combination of Ragamalika and Kanakadasa, the first or the top 3 songs, Devanamas, which come to our mind is definitely Baro Krishnaya. We will be presenting that, which is set to Aditala.
Indeed, a splendid performance, I can say. A perfect blending and synchronization of the musical instruments by all the Vidwans on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to all the artists. It's very easy to recollect the precious moments with nice people. But it's not easy to forget those nice people who made the moments precious for us. Now over to our Chief Operating Officer, Shri Balachandra Vaivi, for the vote of thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have 5 brilliant artists, Vidwan Heram and Hemant on the flute, Vidwan Vittal Rangan on the violin, Vidwan Patri Satish Kumar on the mridangam, and Vidwan Dr. S. Karthik on the ghatam, who have taken the silence at the auditorium of our head office and brought it to life. The auditorium of Karnataka Bank was reverberating with their energy, freshness and soul-stirring music. They have held us spellbound for the past more than 2 hours with their delightful and entertaining performance. They have enchanted and thrilled the audience. The presence of so many music lovers in this auditorium bears this testimony to this fact. May I request our audience to give them a huge round of applause and a standing ovation for thoroughly entertaining this evening. A big thank to entire troupe for making this evening an enjoyable one for all of us and transporting us into the another world of enthralling music. Thank you. Without our wonderful audience, there would be no meaning to this program. So on behalf of the Karnataka Bank, my sincere thanks to each and every one of you for your esteemed presence and making this event a memorable one. Ladies and gentlemen, there is more scintillating music to be delivered by our noted musicians. Before we draw our curtains on this memorable event, please sit back, relax and enjoy. Hope you had a pleasant evening. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your words of gratitude. So I'm sure that you are really having a wonderful time. So the musicians will continue for a while. Thank you.
We will conclude with 2 more compositions. Again, these 2 are the requests that we got from the people of Mangalore before the concert. It's only fair that we play this song. Not only that we are playing for the people who asked it, it's also because these 2 are our most favorite compositions as well. We will continue with Radha Sameta Krishna, beautifully tuned by G.N. Balasubramaniam sir. Sorry. So it has been such a memorable evening for all of us. So sometimes, you know, words don't do justice for music. So we will play Radha Sameta Krishna and conclude with Govardhana Giridhari, which is in Darbari Kannada Raga.
Thank you.
Thanks once again to all the musicians for those two wonderful compositions. Dear KBL well-wishers and KBL family, thanks for your continued support. Stay safe and take care always until we meet again to celebrate our 99th Founders Day. Thank you and good night.